Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. Today is slightly later than usual, but that's for a good reason. On this stream, we are writing Automat, a tool for playing games. This is an example of an Automat macro that I was using recently to play Oblivion. I actually fire up Oblivion. Steam will cooperate. There we go. In Automat, you can use the toys that you get access to in this kind of toy rack, and you can connect them together to do various stuff. The toys can interact with your computer. They can press mouse button keys, move the mouse, scroll the mouse, press keys. Most of the things you will actually do from macro recorder. A macro recorder is a tool that you can use to It's our Skyrim. So macro recorder is the tool that you will use to record more complex macros. See, now the mouse is moving by itself. You can even see the trail of the mouse on this mouse-like object. And today we are going to fix a couple of bugs. So on Wednesday, in 2 days, there will be a workshop on Automat, and I wanted to show a couple of things there, and they are still kind of a little bit glitchy, so my hope for today is to get them in a working shape. And I will probably not be macroing Oblivion today, but I will keep this in the background. The music is nice. I actually wanted to check something in Oblivion. I wanted to see if it will actually change the music tracks, depending on the environment I'm in. See if we'll have different music here. I'm evaluating Automat as a, not Automat, like Oblivion as a audio background system. Okay, now this music is boring. Will the cave work? I switched off the birds on YouTube. Now we should be hearing only Oblivion background. Not bad. Cave music sounds nice. Okay, I wasn't probably thinking much. Yeah, so was my mic off all this time? Anyway, welcome to Automat Live Coding, the stream where we write Automat, a game that plays other games. Today we are not going to play Oblivion with Automat, we are going to just use Oblivion as a background music track. And right now I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with... Maybe connect over SSH and kill Automat. Something very bizarre is happening here. This doesn't happen if I use things other than keys, like those monitors. I'm actually wondering, maybe the key presser isn't checking whether the right key was pressed. Maybe that is the problem. So it's entering some kind of crazy loop. Yeah. I will fire SSH on another computer and get rid of Automat. And it's actually the worst crash I have seen so far. Jesus Christ, how slow can Windows be? I'm still opening my desktop. Wow. Incredible. Okay. The problem wasn't with Automat, the problem was with, interestingly, with Z-editor. But I also killed my mouse. Stop with my mouse. You know what? I think I will just reboot this machine. Or maybe... Barrier? Barrier? Was that it? Oh yeah, and now the mouse is back. So it seems that my KVM software was actually causing issue. KVM software and Z, okay. Crazy things, crazy things. Key presser and it's larger. So key presser implements this interface, keylogger. This is the important interface. On keylogger key down. There's clearly some infinite loop. I think we need to debug this somehow. So I think the thing I was missing is this. If key pressed, we should just not do anything. Yeah, I think this will help. Okay, let's try this again. So for this, this as a G, connect them, and in Emacs I will press F. Okay, it's working. And I guess Emacs, when I press, I'm using Dvorak keyboard, so let me change those keys to something that is probably like the same, Dvorak and QWERTY. Let's see. So when I press A, M takes over. When I press M, A is sent next, so A kind of seems to be taking over the input. Nice. Now it's working. I could make this connect space and backspace. This effectively swaps those two keys. Okay, that's a funny machine. It works. Yeah, that was an easy fix. It was an easy fix for a cursed crash. I'm wondering, key presser. Yeah. I was thinking about using some atomic or something like that. I guess this is good enough. Okay. Library key presser. Let's call this call it like that. Oh, I was also working on licenses. So now we have a new licenses folder. Let me commit all of them. Now we have the new licenses folder. That contains licenses for all of the dependencies that are linked into Automat. I know there is some standard. I don't remember what it was called. There is some GNU standard for putting licenses. We are not following the standard. The standard is very weird. And the reason I'm doing this like that is that this directory is distributed with Automat. Yeah, actually, I think I need to list this directory here. Yeah. Let me try building Automat to see if it still works. With the readme and embedded. I would love to be able to browse the embedded file system, the stuff that we have here, but we don't have any tools for browsing file systems yet. Too bad. I guess it's there. Cool. Let's commit this. There is also this WebP file that I'm not sure if I am safe to use this. Let me check the license, or maybe contact the author. So actually this file. This is the file that I'm using as a background right now in Automat, and I was looking at many different backgrounds, And this one, it just feels so, it fits very nicely with all of the Automat's tools. I could use a surface of the table or something like that, but I think it's hard to beat this. So, we try searching by image. I can figure out where it comes from. Actually, this is a pretty decent prompt. Maybe I could regenerate something like that. I don't see my picture, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure it came from Civit AI. Okay. Let's try to create a new one. I like these prompts. Let's see. So I need to put this here again. So, flags. We want flags. Yeah, let's go with flag. Kriya. What is Kriya? Let's try. Draw 1.1. Why not? So how is it going? That's not it. That's not it. Those flags, bro. I think, yeah, the key is to select the right models. I think instead of flags, we should pick something like, yeah, something like pony, I think. Or illustrious. Let's see what we have here. Now this is nice, but in a different way. So that was Pony. Pony is really meant to produce anime characters. Probably not good at this stuff that we are trying to do. I think Flux Kriya was the best. What is Flux Kriya? Let's go with Kriya. Get rid of the extra parameters. And let's go. I'm almost sure that image came from CVTI. Almost sure. See, maybe it was from this collection. This one is nice. I'm saving this one. Amazing. Let me look for forest images. And sort by most reactions. I think this is kind of close. I could maybe check out this prompt. Unfortunate. This is what we are getting from Kriya. A little bit too painting like. I don't know, maybe that's good. What else? You know what? I will just not submit this yet. I will think about this. There are other things to fix. So, key press activation is no longer crashing. Oh. Next, I would like this so that connecting to objects with gears doesn't create random gears that shouldn't be there. So, see how this will work. I take this gear and sync it with here. See this, here. Yeah, and it fails. This should really connect to the same gear. I don't know how this even works. Yeah. Okay. Syncable name. Why am I logging this? Sync action, blah 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 blah. Sync. Okay, I think there must be a bug in this sync function. Actually, no, this works as intended. So we are always creating a new gear when we create a sync. We are creating a new gear, and then we are running this full sync here. So this is supposed to merge those two. Let me see something. Okay. Okay, no. And this is not how it should work. It's kind of makes sense, but this is not what I want. So what happens when I do full sync? Yeah, I don't even have directional syncing and I already have issues. table. Okay, I think there was a to-do somewhere. That those synced objects should actually be stored in a single array. I think this is how I will do it. We'll have two booleans saying whether this is source and or async. So we kind of need that. And actually, the source probably be stored not here, pretty much here. So this way, each object, each syncable is a pointer, but before it does anything, There's no more sinks anywhere. Okay, something like that should work. So I'm putting this source here because this is where this property is necessary. Each syncable should locally decide whether it is a source or not. This is done. Now we need to fix this file. Plenty of things to fix. This is actually nice. Here we will be able to delete some code. Okay. So this will convert this nested pointer into a convert. We create a weak pointer. Just 5 more errors. We'll have to twing this, but I actually think this could be fine. I probably just need to think through those functions and make sure they have no bugs. First of all, if I'm adding sync, probably do pretty much the same here. Actually, no. You don't need to do it like that. I just need to check members. And maybe tweak this to true. So this is okay. Some things are simpler. Some things are harder. Instead of storing things, we'll have to do it differently. For the members. Okay, so the gear stores the information about things in this object. Equals members. It's member name. Tell me I do not have booleans? Okay, I do. I just need status. Okay. The thing is, if we do not have things, we will not. If some members are not things, we will just not restore them. They will just go away. Okay, I think we still did not fix the issue. We probably introduced a couple new bugs just now. But to fix the issue, here we need to copy the stuff from the old sync block to the new sync block. Seems to work. It still creates a new object. And now this one only talks with the new one. Same as before, nothing changed. Hey. Let me restart the stream stuff. Okay. Because TTS seems to be broken, so quick restart. Now TTS should be back online. So here I am stealing all of the members from the old gear. Not sure if this is going to work. Plus has some terrible syntax. But that may be my fault actually. Okay, 3 switches. Using those two.
Meister Chica says,
it worked.
Said something about me coming back to custom build systems?
Once you realize how deficient CMake is, there is no going back.
Look up PyPyS build.
Oh yeah, I guess this is easy build. Or not. Rise build.
URL.
Wait a moment, Google is not indexing PyPy. Huh. It is not. This is concerning. Wow. Nice. What is the repository?
GitHub.com/T73. I decided to man up and fix issues I have with scones.
So, I don't know, so when I look at a directory like this one, you know, this example, to me, the compilation invocation, the compiler invocation is already obvious. I just write gcc simple c minus o main or minus oc, like it depends if it has a main file. So what's the point of listing sources if they are already in this directory? What's the point of, you know, specifying languages if the language is obvious from the file name? You know, I'm looking at this configuration and there is redundancy here with, you know, what's in this directory. So it has the same problem of you have to specify, let's say, the description of your project twice. You do this once by building the project, you know, and by having proper includes and everything, and second time by listing all translation units here. Simple static library, see? Okay, this is interesting. So how do you say it's static library? Oh yeah, this env static library, okay. Another thing is that there is a difference. So here you're using this language, this identifier. It seems to be present in the environment, not in the environment. It seems to be present in this module from somewhere. I guess it's some kind of built-in, you know, built-in module or built-in object. But for environment, you have to create one yourself. Why are they treated differently? Is there some principle behind this?
There will toolchain detection hidden behind environment.
No, but what I mean, you see, that's actually a decent feature. That's actually a decent feature. What I meant is that if language is a built-in constant, why environment has to be explicitly created? I also see that every file starts with environment line, so there is also that. I mean, it's good for documentation, definitely. You know that you are creating this object. But there are other hidden objects.
So you are saying I should provide default environment by default?
I think so. It's like... Or maybe... Actually, I don't know. I don't know. It depends... Depends why you created this in the first place. Maybe there is a reason to have an explicit environment creation. Main.
My logic behind it was if you have to create environment explicitly, you can have more control over it.
Yeah, so all of the parameters, or not all of the parameters, disconfigured during creation. Okay, this is not working. Okay, they are synced, we are just generating garbage now. Undo. and sync is not working. Kind of. This is interesting. Flop number 3 is twice in the list. So that should fix it. Oh, this is working.
Parapearcy says,
New Quake.
What do you mean? There is a new Quake game? With this, if false, shouldn't really serialize, I think. Okay, so there is an issue with widgets kind of remaining, even though they should not. It should be a small bug. I mean, not a big one. Now this is a problem. I think during deserialization, I'm not marking them as synchronized. Fix that. Okay, now it's easier to create sync connections, and so this way should work. And if I connect them from the other side, should have the same result. Yeah. Connect them to E. Now when I press F, so the F key is now monitoring. If I can save this. If this will be saved and reloaded, okay, pretty decent. I need to start. Yeah, seems to work. I want to try something fun, like grab a bunch of keys and see if I can map WSID to some other positions on keyboard. For example, map them to I need to start monitoring for each of them. I was monitoring. Okay, I basically have a custom key binding now. Monitoring is off everywhere. Say I synchronize I and W. The monitoring didn't start. Oh yeah, now it works out of the box somehow. Monitoring is off. Monitoring is off. I do sync. Do this again. Okay, now it just works. And we need this. Sync them again. I don't know why it works now. Oh, it seems to work nicely now. And it even switched monitoring off. I don't know. I've changed some things. Seems that it's working now. So this is fixed. Next, I want to add a couple other objects. I want to add, like, make them sync capable now. Stuff. I think we will get rid of this mess. Timer. I wanted to make timer syncable. Timer can be started and stopped. Timer implements this long running. This long running is an on-off interface. Okay. I want to see how this will work now. We have this new sync option. Interesting. So I think this long running needs to be a separate component within timer interface. Tricky thing, but let's do this. Sweet. Now we have a new property here. And this duration... forgot I accidentally removed the party name. Wonder why syncable name says okay, at least the names are reasonable now. So this running turn on does nothing. So synchronization will also do nothing, I guess. Yeah, I just need to override those two methods.
Meister Chica says,
If program on Linux by default is linkable, how do I surpass the entry point definition by the program? I have never thought about it.
Sounds like stealing some code. I know this. It's even possible to have executable SO files, if I remember correctly.
Sounds like problem with ELF format.
Surgery of ELF files is tricky, because if you want to remove a symbol, you can break some dependencies. But for the main file, I think something like a linker script maybe could do something like this. I think a linker script can specify.
By elf spec, so files are executables by default.
Yeah. And core dumps, yes, they are also ELF files, and I think it's a nice file format. It's a very cool file format. It deserves more, probably, tooling to work with this. Like, this is the only file which specifies, like, the virtual memory layout. What do you want to load into virtual memory? Which sections at what offsets, and it can even populate this with, you know, do the linking, like resolve the references across those segments and sections. Override this in mind. Ignored. Okay, now this is fascinating. So the switch doesn't notify yet. I think error should be enough here. Blah blah blah, timer updated. Some cool things. And now I guess you can have a timeout for a key. When I press a key, timer starts and switches the key off when it's over.
Rubiniga says,
You have a Polish surname. Do you speak Polish?
Yep. There is one thing that's still missing here, and this is the notify turned on when I start it from here. It should press the key. Close this, reopen. Everything should still reconnect. I don't know why it's looking like that, but things just don't want to work. So this is now working. This is monitoring, but for some reason doesn't seem to propagate. Now it's propagating. So here's what's happening when we start a timer. We call begin long running. Okay. This works. This works. Yeah, it works all the way. Sweet. I'm still getting a lot of those cancels. A lot of cancel. Long running cancel was called twice. Wow. There is clearly some bug somewhere. Just don't know where. Amazing bugs, but it's probably valuable to fix them now. Things are somewhat working already.
Oppo7 says,
Hello?
Yo. Running sync here. Running sync here. Now I should be able to start both of those timers. But the first one is the one that's actually cancelling the other one. This is what happens when you synchronize two timers, I guess. And also manually stop them. Okay, so deleting an object caused the crash, and I guess I know why.
Meister Chica says,
Okay, I got basic dependency logic sorted. Currently handling only those built by NV.
What is actually the... I didn't ask. What is the pain point you're trying to solve? Just, I mean, I see lots of issues with, CMake, but which one is your pet peeve?
Oppo7 says,
You have an insane work learning history.
Oh yeah.
Meister Chica says.
Biggest one I would say is building depths in same build type as local projects.
So you want to build dependencies as debug variant or release variant. Yeah, this is what I do as well. Actually thought that it's a rare thing to do. I know. Now this works. It's very nice. I delete this one. It crashes. Okay, time to get up debug build and see where it's crashing.
Also, the fact that everything is build system builder by default, and nothing allows you to run stuff directly. Apart from Cargo, Go, and Zig build systems.
Yeah, there is like some weird incompatibility with like imperative commands and those build systems. Like they don't like side effects.
And then those are missing. Watch flags.
Watch is the MVP. Every build system needs to have watch. So Automat is kind of laggy, but this is because this is a debug build. Running sync here. Running sync here. Now I can... that will run for this number of milliseconds, under this number of milliseconds, and they should still work fine.
Don't get me started on testing integrations.
Now I will delete this guy here. Goodbye. And it's crashing. Okay.
Say you are trying to hook your custom class to Python Lua. You go write code, build code, test code, and then all over again. Where IEQ need Kotlin's native framework nailed that part by implementing continuous runs by default.
So it's continuously running tests as you are editing like implementation. That is super nice. Yeah, it's like what most programmers actually do.
Yup.
So on competitions like the algorithmic ones, they typically give you some test files, and usually you set up something exactly like that, like a loop that will notify watch and continuously run your program on test files.
Auto7 says,
Yup.
It's a super fun feature, like having this immediate feedback about which tests fail. Yeah, it hurts so much. By the way, I did a talk about build systems. I don't know if I ever have showed it. Let me find it.
Do you currently work, or are you focusing on the game only right now?
And this is 100% Automat right now. Okay, I have URL. I guess I can drop the URL somewhere. Maybe through Discord.
Meister Chica says,
Fun fact, I'm currently also working as assistant at local uni for build systems class.
Muff says, URL.
So this is a video that you will not find on YouTube because it's unlisted. I don't know where to paste it. It's on Discord, on the working room. Nice, nice. So students are making their own build systems as part of the class? Or is it about learning how to use the rebuild legacy build systems that we use in the industry all the time? Like, the reason I don't use CMake is that when you look at this, you just feel that in a couple of years, you will hate yourself for relying on this. You will have to migrate off something different. It just feels like an ancient technology already. It feels like XML. Use that. Like going back to the 90s.
Auto7 says,
If you have this much experience, is there a reason you don't go and work for one of the major AI companies that are paying ridiculous amounts?
I did. And now I can work on the stuff that I want to work on. Security is a fun area, but I think there are even more interesting ones. Like, no, I guess Automat is more interesting than cybersecurity, even if you get to work with very large ecosystem, billions of users, and interesting stuff happening all the time. I think this is still more interesting. Let's synchronize some things.
Meister Chica says,
Well, it's mostly studying implementations and different aspects of different build systems. And then for their final exam, they have to submit build system that is capable of self-rebuilding and compiling Lua interpreter.
Yeah, that's a nice class.
Po7 says,
Ah, so you got the job, cashed in, dipped out, and do what you want now. Giga Chad.
Yeah, this is the way. I kind of left a place for the next person to repeat the same thing. Okay, now I will delete this switch here. It should deregister itself from this gear object, and it should print something reasonable here. Delete it. Okay, we have 5 members. 5 members. This should not be the case.
Meister Chica says,
Wait for my farm in 2035.
Orpo7 says,
So how many billions of dollars do you have in the bank? More than 5?
I'm not on this level. Like, this is actually not the... It's not possible to become, like, super rich this way.
Not on that
Even-
level, but close with that AI money.
Even if you work at Google, I actually had some friends and they were married. Like, so, guy and his wife, they both worked at Google, and they actually had a lot of money, but it's still not those insane levels. You can only sustain this lifestyle as long as you work at the company. Once you go out, you basically have to lower your the amount of money that you spend. It's not possible to sustain, an expensive lifestyle outside of corpo.
More than $50, right?
There is a principle in general that if you have some savings, if you can spend around 5% your savings per year, and if you invest them, then they will basically not lose value. So the way to... This is called FIRE. I don't remember what this acronym means, but if you search FIRE online, you will find some blogs and instructions about this. I'm not an expert, I just remember the idea is that 5%.
Meister Chica says,
In some 150k short from that amount, watch.
Yeah, and this, the crazy thing, you have 2 variables that you can tweak. First of all, you can tweak your savings, obviously, so increase savings, but there is other option, and the other option is to reduce average spend. And this second one, So the first one is very tricky, like it takes a lot of time to change this. But this one, for this you have insane leverage. Like if you can reduce the amount of money you spend, monthly or yearly to like very small values, you really do not need a lot of savings. This is very, the second parameter is much easier to control.
Orpo7 says,
So, you were the angel investor in SpaceX Cinema.
Meister Chica says,
Also, partner with income comes in clutch.
Yeah. Okay, I know where the issue is. I am adding some extra members. Members dot place back. I think this probably wrong. Yes, this is definitely wrong.
Orpo7 says,
You don't have just one partner when you are rolling in AI money? He probably had a 7-seater car.
Incredible. Okay, it seems like there is a code to prevent duplicate entries here.
Pepper308 official says,
Hi, do you know about Google anti-gravity?
Pepper308
Hey.
official just followed on Twitch.
I did hear about this. I didn't use it yet, so I'm not sure how it works. Yeah, just haven't tested it out yet. I'm still sticking to Claude. I'm not even using Claude. I have still some Claude credit that I'm not exhausting yet.
Orpo7 says,
Luke is trying not to smile because he's reliving the good old days.
I think here I just need to make sure. Just need to put something like that. Okay, now it should work. This synchronization is so interesting. It's really nice that almost any object can now be kind of synchronized with other objects. I mean, not yet, but soon. Should load. I need 2 timers. Let's do them like that. Synchronize. Synchronize. And okay, this works. Should be able to delete this. Yes, and now we have just 3 members. And it found self. Nice. What have I just done? I have a lot of pointless logging. Besides that, and to make sure that everything still works. That here was a decent change. Shouldn't use debug builds.
What is the overall summary of this game you are creating?
Load maybe in this quick. So this is a game that it's actually meant to play other games. Here I have a tiny machine that can press mouse buttons. When I press 7, I think. Okay, we'll just activate this money. Wasn't connected. What's up with that? Okay, again. F7.
Pepper 308 official says.
Hi, do you know Google Anti-Gravity?
Hey, I think you missed my answer.
Allp7 says.
Oh damn, like an automated macro type of game.
Yeah. And it is... yeah, it went to 80 now. It is doing stuff in the background, so... Switch to Automat, to like Oblivion. You can even see what's happening if you like follow those objects. So it's waiting 800 milliseconds, pressing mouse, waiting a bit of time, releasing a mouse, and it's also doing some counting to make breaks every now and then. The breaks are not for stamina, the breaks are actually because there is a bug in Oblivion, so if you just keep hitting enemy, Oblivion will never show you the experience that you're gaining. So you actually need to make a pause every now and then, and only then the Oblivion is going to show you that you just got a level.
That's actually really interesting.
And it broke. That cable should go here. I don't know why it was disconnected. Anyway, this is how the game works. And most of the macros are actually very similar to this one, but there are some that can be a little bit more complex. It's possible to capture the contents game. So I can kind of see what's happening inside Oblivion.
But will there not be compatibility with certain games due to them not allowing external inputs?
Yep. For sure. I think most multiplayer games will be very sensitive about this topic. Like for multiplayer games, this is basically considered cheating. Okay, now I can put a limit on the W key so that the W key is released after half a second. I don't know why I would do this, but it's possible now. Seems to work.
I will give you $8 if you give me this code as of now, so I can tweak it to create old-school RuneScape bot farms. Deal.
It's on GitHub. You can I can push the current code. Actually, I was looking at this right now. RuneScape. So RuneScape bots, they have much more state that they need to track. You know, they have this whole sequence of routines that they have to perform like a proper bots. But actually, I heard that RuneScape is pretty good at catching bots right now. So I'm not even sure if Automat is able to blend in.
Meister Chica says,
I will take $80K for building your operating system for running only RuneScape bots.
Orpa7 says,
Hold up. You're telling me I can save the $8 scammed?
Yep. You just have to deal with the bugs.
CP Chica, I will give you 80K GP.
Meister Chica says,
Good luck building Automat from source.
Yeah. I think there are some binaries on GitHub. Make timer syncable. Me. So that was this. Make timer toggleable. Okay, the next one is annoying. It's not a big one, but it's kind of annoying.
Orpo7 says,
I think it will still be cheaper to hire Venezuelan people to farm for me. Hashtag sweatshop.
Okay, so what is the problem? The problem is that I have those ugly connections. I don't want them here. Should go away. Okay, I got crash. Crash while saving. Not good.
The only reason they're looking for alternatives is because they quit when Trump landed. Sad emoji.
Okay, so there is a little bit of code here. It seems to handle transparency.
Realistically, would someone learning Python be able to create a bot for, say, RuneScape that works efficiently, or would another language be better for this?
Python is perfect for this. You will have to do a lot of... Python's very good for this because in Python it's very easy to tweak the bot as it's running, reload modules. You can have an interpreter running next to your bot to issue commands. That's very nice. The only potential problem with Python is that maybe some concurrency related stuff might be trickier, but it's not a big deal. There is a language specifically meant for this kind of stuff.
But
So
does
there's...
Python not run into issues if this was done on scale?
Absolutely not. Oh no, Python can do, YouTube was written in Python. Like, all of YouTube, that was Python. It can deal with game automation. But AutoHotkey is it's a dedicated language and a program for scripting games and programs. This is a good one. I do recommend. It has tons of features that make macros really easy.
It seems you know a lot about botting games. Suspicious emoji.
I used to work on catching bots. But I also had a flatmate who was writing bots for Counter-Strike. Paid ones. He actually made money doing this.
Sure. Tell that to Jagex buddy. I'm actually a Jagex Secret Service employee, and we have been trying to track you down for some time now. To my surprise, I didn't think it would be this easy for you to admit your grievous crimes against the old-school RuneScape community. See you in court?
Yeah. I'm lost. Like that.
All jokes aside, could your game not be used as a bot for games such as this?
I think it could. Yeah. Did this disappear now? Come on. Come on.
Would that not lead to issues with Steam publishing?
Possibly. We will see. Yeah. And it's... I think it's still worth a try. Even if Steam has some issues with this, no. I can go to different platforms.
It might have to be an XE type of game.
Yeah, yeah. It is. Actually, the build from GitHub is just an exe, I think. By the way, I don't think this is the most recent build of Automat. This is suspiciously small. You have to take a look at this and maybe fix it. It should be more like 60 or 70 megabytes now, size of this. I think the build bot is probably broken. So if you want to use it, compile from sources.
So I just downloaded your game as of the old build, and my PC is now showing a red screen relaying the title "Wanna Cry," saying I have to pay Bitcoin to a wallet. Is this a feature or?
This is the business model. This is the business model. At least it's not a subscription, you know.
Yeah, looks like I've been a victim of a hacker.
O7 Just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. This is spaghetti. Not very readable, only this part.
I followed hoping I could get some leniency on the Bitcoin price. Shown on my PC right now. Damn sad emoji. Guess I will have to sell the family heirlooms again to get the decryption key. This is the 4th time this month.
I just thought I haven't seen a proper malware in years now. I haven't even heard about anybody in my family having malware issues. I remember back in the day everybody had an antivirus on their computer. This doesn't seem to be a thing anymore.
I think most malware these days is targeting corporations, since the pay is just that much better. Plus, it is easier to infect one corpo for a big payday than multiple with small pay.
Yeah. So the malware that I remember on Android, for instance, right? Android had malware, but the malware on Android works differently. It cannot really encrypt your files. It cannot really steal your passwords. But what it does, it uses your phone as a proxy.
Not that I would know anything about that. So,
Yeah. And there is a lot of botting. Like, and another interesting thing about malware on Android is that it's often hard to even say whether the developer is malicious, because they are using some SDK, like advertising SDK or something like that, and the advertising SDK is actually malicious. So the developer may be also pretty much unaware of the stuff that's happening.
I think there is more money in infecting machines to run crypto miners, or using them as bots in comparison to locking them with malware.d.
Oh, this was the bug. Lifetime observer. Huh. When did I wrote it? This is totally not that safe. Absolutely unsafe. Ooh.
Also, there has been a huge increase in RAS as a service. It seems this is most common now.
Hmm. I wonder how that would work. I remember I've seen Android programs that were downloading, like programs, those SDKs, those malicious advertising SDKs, were downloading some custom payloads from the server. It was like a well-managed botnet that was probably selling, like, hosting services or botting services.
No, it's ransomware as a service.
Yeah. Interesting. So this is what you do if you can infect a device, but you don't know how to monetize it. Okay. This iconification.
Meister Chica says.
Seems legit.
Po7 says.
The main group creates the malware, and then lease it to small actors, who then attack companies or people with it, and share any of the profit with the creators.
So this is what I wanted. I wanted those tiny objects to lose the connection.
Same 404 just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, that was a small thing, but it was annoying to me. So there is this workshop coming up where I will be talking about Automat, and I was doing some test runs, and it was just super annoying to me that some of the objects which are iconified still have.
Meister Chica says.
Have you heard about game called Mind Blocks?
Mind blocks. Never.
Same 404 says.
What is that text editor you're using, mate?
This is Z, but with looks sweet.
OP7 says.
For example, Reveal did this for a long time and made an estimated 70 million USD. And this was their take-home, after the 70% was given to the actors who deployed it.
Meister Chica says.
Its creator made a video describing how hackers bypass ARG random math function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess it really depends. There are some tough and some easy functions. Hey, this is complete. I guess I can send it out.
Orpa7 says.
70 million USD is a crazy number. I have a business proposition for you. How can I contact you? Little yellow emoji with a devious look emoji.
Meister Chica says.
Allow me not to get blocked by Twitch for providing competitor links.
You, Arlo.
If you could detect patterns in random chance, control the very essence of luck, what could you do? Impossibly lucky things? Log into lost accounts? Win a jackpot every time? Today, I'll try this. We'll see how computers generate random numbers, learn how to reverse the generators to exploit them, I don't know, get a few extra jackpots along the way.
I think I've actually seen this one already.
Orpa7 says.
You have it liked already.
Yeah. All of this is, fine and dandy unless you don't get access to the memory. And the RNGs see that with time or something like that. But yeah. I think Java's math random is probably tricky. I wonder, how do you reverse Automat's RNG?
Meister Chica says.
Now you know who created 2D Minecraft in hacks of all languages.
Can this be reversed? It's glitchy. It's still glitchy. I will not be able to fix this. This one is interesting. It's 0 most of the time. Let's wait 10 milliseconds between. Now it looks better. So apparently this secure randomize, it sets the register to 0 for a decent period of time.
Orpa7 says.
Is there a hack I can use to make my bank balance show 50 million USD? I tried Inspect Element, but my card declined when I tried to buy a Ferrari.
Oh crap, it's working. Enough? No. If developer tools from developer tools don't work, the bank must have some serious security. Okay, just 3 more tiny issues. I think this will be easier now. Make it possible to sync the hotkey state. You can sync it? Oh, I can.
Looks like it's back to the tin food for the month. Sad emoji.
Meister Chica says.
Have considered. You know, working for AI company.
Yeah. Just sell your soul to some AI basilisk. Should work. I can even hook up like a key to this. So now when I press F, F, it didn't work. Still not working.
I know what is less volatile than AI.
Oppo7 says.
CP Chica. I tried, but they said I have something called a mental handicap,
Meister Chica says.
but also harder to get in.
I can press space, nothing happens. But when I hold F, now space is reactive, but only for 2 seconds. Okay, now those things, they are becoming weird. They are doing things. Okay, I'm marking this as green. It was already implemented. Still some things to iron out. Okay, this will be good to fix.
Amount cough. I need to create cough pipeline and monetize it so people don't have to cook cough all the time.
So, Automat should crash if I start scrolling this.
Does you TTS know difference between cough and cough?
Seems like it doesn't.
Oppo7 says.
I went to the Claude HQ, but I now have something called a restraining order and a formal trespassing ban. Dutch. Guess I will try Google next.
Meister Chica says.
You know us government is listening, right?
What is this? What? What?
Oppo7 says.
I'll name drop you math and see if this helps.
Meister Chica says,
You might be on wrong continent for that to work.
Orpa 7 says,
CP Chica, can a man not ask for a job without scrutiny these days? This is why there is an unemployment crisis deep.
I don't know. I don't know why there is an issue with this realization now.
Meister Chica says,
Noon employs persons with felony charges.
How is the build it's running? What?
Po
Okay.
7 says,
It's not a felony charge, it's a restraining order and a trespassing ban. But I will just use Math's name instead.
Yeah, that should work. That's how security works at those companies. There was a case where when I was working at Google, where at YouTube, some kind of lady who was having difficulties growing her YouTube channel came with a rifle to the YouTube headquarters. I think nobody got hurt, but it was... yeah, something that can only happen in the US.
It's just a little identity theft. Happens all the time in San Francisco.
Listener to Shash says,
Is learning HTML and CSS is the right opinion in first year of my tech degree course in future. I just want to go in normal, and I learned Python for ML. So should I keep learning HTML and CSS?
What kind of question is that? It's like... those are like completely different things. You know, if you're going for AI, you don't need HTML and CSS because AI is going to help you with that. Yeah, I'm actually curious. In a couple of years, will we stop writing code completely? Like, for some codes, it is important to still have control, but stuff like CSS, which is... it's garbage anyway. Like, even if you do your best to keep it tidy, eventually it still goes to hell. I guess there is no harm in letting AI manage this stuff. Okay, I will grab some food, so be right back. I will let Claude do other things. So, I'll be right back in, I don't know, 10-15 minutes.
Your star poker just followed on Twitch.
Okay, I am back. And I grabbed some food. Did Claude fix it? Oh. Let's see if this will work. Yeah, there was probably some more accurate range checks in the debug version, so it's probably why this state didn't deserialize properly. Nice. I will give it a couple seconds, see if it works. The line 3320. This is such a cursed file. Oh yeah, it's here. Can I click this? Yeah. Nice. Things are working again. What's the difference? Okay, this is... interesting. Maybe I should rename this token I something better. Okay, I guess this token cont code. This probably contains the number. Yeah, this is the so this is actually the token. So hopefully I now should be able also to... I think there were some... Yeah. There is a nice instruction, it has two variants. Jump if equal, jump if not equal. And switch like that. Anyway, this is working. Great. And it was completely fixed by AI. I got some food. I wanted to watch another video from Interface Studies. It's at the moment, my favorite channel. And I'm a little bit worried that he's cranking the videos a little bit too fast, because it's not possible to produce a well edited and well researched video on in such short periods. Yeah. And it is employing some rhetorical strategies which I don't like strawmanning. It is doing a lot of strawmanning. But okay, let's check the new video. So I will silence Oblivion. The way to do it, I guess this should work.
Opus 7 says,
Math, did you see the guy called Soham Parek, who was caught doing 5 engineering jobs at the same time in Silicon Valley?
I did hear about that. I think he managed to do this because of COVID. Incredible. I actually wonder if I knew some people like that.
That is what I am going to do using your name.
Oh, nice.
I will be rich.
And I will not have gaps in my CV thanks to you. So we both benefit.
Studies, my name is Saleh. In his 19th
Meister Chica says,
No math will be richer.
The German writer and philosopher Walter Benjamin reflects on what it means to live among books. What begins as an account of unpacking a personal library slowly turns into a meditation on order.
07 says,
So we both win. So I will be taking that as your approval.
The books are not yet on the shelves, not yet touched by the mild boredom of order.
Meister Chica says,
Because Yopu also have to provide his bank info so you don't get caught.
You need not fear any of that. Instead, I must ask you to join me in the disorder of crates that have been wrenched open, the air saturated with the dust of wood, the floor covered with torn paper.
You didn't think that true, did you?
Of volumes that are seeing daylight again after 2 years of darkness.
When he wrote these lines, he wasn't really writing about libraries in the narrow sense. He was describing something more general, deeply familiar. How
I think the title of this video changed before I clicked it. After I clicked it. Paradox of search, speed versus meaning.
order forms over time.
Opus 7 says,
CP Chica, you realize it's not that hard to open a bank in someone's name, right?
As systems. They become systems through habit, repetition, and memory.
Every passion borders on the chaotic, but the collector's passion borders on the chaos of memories.
What looks like confusion from the outside is often history from the inside. Objects encountered, handled, misplaced, and rediscovered. The order is there, but it is tacit and embodied, learned by moving through it rather than naming it.
For what else is this collection but a disorder to which habit has accommodated itself to such an extent that it can appear as order?
On the other side, and in his words, the catalogue represents the opposite impulse. It's clean, abstract.
Meister Chica says,
It actually is if they use standardized ID card issued by member of
the confusion of a library. It is the order of its catalog.
This tension that Benjamin identified reaches far beyond libraries or books themselves. It marks as a fault line that now runs through almost every digital interface we use. Over the past few decades, we quietly replaced one way of knowing with another. We moved from navigating information to retrieving it, from moving through space to jumping directly to a result, from living inside collections.
Orpo7 says,
CP Chica. It's really not. It's a huge issue, no matter the continent, how easy it is to open a bank in someone's names. Ouch.
I'm a little bit concerned that this is slowly turning into a challenge, which means that it could actually happen.
So we reached for something faster and more direct. And instead of
But I guess the bank needs to have like a guy to at least look at your ID, look at your picture and compare.
Things up. It changed the shape of
You are the person from the ID.
navigation that is slow, exploratory, cumulative, gave way to retrieval, which is fast, targeted, and efficient. You no longer needed to know where something lived. You only needed the right word. And for many, many tasks, that was undeniably better. But something subtle happened.
Meister Chica says,
Speaking of something that could actually happen, I might have this done by end of the day.
URL.
We wanted. Context, neighbors, and competing frames were bypassed. The answer arrived cleanly, efficiently, and appears to be alone. You got what you asked for, not the landscape it came from. This trade-off is easiest to see at the scale of the web today. Google Search delivers ranked results stripped from their original context.
Orpo7 says,
But when you think about how easy it is to get under a fake ID and simply just change the picture to look like you and all the credentials linked to that person, it's ridiculous how easy that is when you compare it to the scale of opening a bank in someone else's.
I wouldn't say getting a fake ID is like super easy. I've never seen actually. I know it's a thing, you can buy IDs people have, found or stolen. I never encountered it myself though. I just know it's a thing because I think I've seen this online. And Captain Chica, this doesn't look like, I don't know if in what time zone you are in right now, but it doesn't look like today. Even if you employ like 5 parallel cloud instances, it may not happen today. I don't know what you want to do with those external systems, but there's a lot of complexity in interfacing with them.
You rarely see what sits beside a page, what arguments it responds to, or simply what it displaced. Multiple perspectives are flattened into a single ordered list, optimized for relevance and authority. The result is fast, but the terrain that produced it disappears behind the ranking function. This is the paradox of search. It optimizes for speed, but in doing so, it flattens the field that once gave answers meaning. So what's special about the shelf then? An interesting argument comes from Italian philosopher Umberto Eco, who once described his anti-library. These are the books he had in dread, not as a failure, but as a tool. These unread books were visible reminders of what he didn't yet know.
I have seen ads on social medias openly offering those services. And then that leads to the issue of how these types of ads bypass security.
Discovery doesn't require a precise question. It happens through proximity, like noticing what sits next to what. by glancing sideways while looking for something else. On the other hand, search, and by extension this LLM input box that we see in chat applications today, work differently. Search begins with a query, and the query already assumes knowledge. A name, a keyword, a prompt, a hunch. And even when modern systems add recommendations and suggestions, the structure remains target-driven. You specify, the system delivers. And this is the key difference. The shelf, or the concept that it represents, supports encounters with unknown unknown. Search excels at retrieving the known unknown. This difference isn't philosophical. It's cognitive, and it is amplified by the screen itself, which must represent everything through the same narrow aperture. And with the exception of the returning world of spatial computing, we haven't yet solved how to recreate lived spatial context digitally. Now, human memory did not evolve to retrieve labels. It evolved to support movement through physical environments. Long before writing and indexing, we remembered places, paths, and relationships between things.
Except memory is literally the opposite. It's associative. Like, this is the distinguishing factor of human memory as opposed to computer memory. You don't really need the address of anything. You just need associations and things pop up into your memory. That's how it works. So keywords are literally the best way for to help human memory, like associations. There are literally mnemotechniques that are based on this.
In the 1940s, Edward Tolman showed that both humans and animals form cognitive maps. These are internal layouts of space organized by position rather than by name. Later, neuroscience made this literal. In the 1970s, John O'Keefe.
That was interesting. What was?
Environments. Long before writing and indexing, we remembered places, paths, and relationships between things. In the 1940s, Edward Tolman showed that both
Cognitive map. Okay, let's see. In the subscription. Okay, I will read this later. I will resume the video. I have still some to consume.
both humans and animals form cognitive maps. These are internal layouts of space organized by position rather than by name. Later, neuroscience made this literal. In the 1970s, John O'Keefe discovered place cells in the hippocampus. These are neurons that fire when an organism is in a specific location. Memory, turns out, is not just semantic. It is spatial. We often remember where something is before we remember what it is called. In a library, that memory is constantly reinforced. The history section is back and to the left. The book you want is near the red one. Repeated movement strengthens recall even when attention drifts. Over time, the space itself becomes an external memory, a stable scaffold that supports recall without conscious effort. The shelf takes advantage of this. It constantly lowers cognitive load. You don't need exact names, You retrace paths. Your hands know where to go before your mind does. Cognitive scientist Edwin Hutchins described this as distributed cognition. Thinking spread across brains.
There is also a little bit of like muscle memory. If you're an expert in some like program you use, you probably can like click different buttons without even like looking at them or thinking about them. Things just or use shortcuts. Things happen automatically.
Bodies and environments, rather than being confined to the head. Search-centered
Maybe this is something different. He's talking about spatial memory, and the space becomes this external memory. It's probably different than muscle memory, actually.
interfaces rely on a different cognitive bargain. They demand semantic recall. Exact titles, file names, keywords, prompts, whatever it is. If a label is forgotten or not accurate, retrieval fails in some way. The object may still exist, but without the right term, it is effectively invisible. This fragility is well documented in computing. In the 1980s, George Furness described the vocabulary problem. People routinely use different words for the same thing. No single label reliably matches how user remembers an object. Keyword systems work only when system naming and human memory align. Classic computer interaction research also distinguishes between recall and recognition. We've seen that in the previous video about verbs versus nouns. As Don Norman argued, interfaces that rely on recall impose a heavier cognitive burden than those that support recognition. Remembering a name is harder than recognizing a place, a shape, or even a position. This does show in everyday computing. Tools like Spotlight work well when you remember the file name or content. This depends on you naming the files in the correct way or knowing something about them. But when recall fails, search offers little help. Now you might know the file lived in a specific folder or corner of the desktop, yet the interface gives you no way to act on that spatial memory. This trade-off was recognized early in computing. In the late 70s and early 80s, researchers explored alternatives that preserved spatial context. MIT's Architecture Machine Group built the Spatial Data Management System, or DataLand. It was a wall-sized information landscape where data lived in stable places. You didn't type a file name. You flew to the northwest quadrant where you left it. Fixed adjacency mattered. Placing a
Looks
calculator
familiar.
next to a map meant seeing one could reliably bring you to the other. Design pioneer Jeff Raskin went further with a zooming user interface, an infinite plane where you can move from an overview to detail by zooming. It was the Archie project that I've covered before. Even search, which was in his Canon Cat project through the leap command, functioned as a traversal aid. You arrived somewhere with neighbors and coordinates, not at a sterile result. The classic MacFinder carried parts of this spatial logic into everyday computing. That was through a set of strict and almost stubborn rules. Files and folders had one location at a time. Windows represented real places in a hierarchy. Icons remembered where they were left. To find something was often to retrace a path rather than to recall a name. Now, traces of this logic still exist today, but in a weakened form. Modern operating systems retain folders and paths, yet their spatial meaning is routinely bypassed by global search, recent file lists, cloud abstractions as well. Some of the features, like the places of icons on a desktop, still exist, although Apple continuously introduces features to clean them up, group them, stack them. Files can appear in many locations at once now. Windows no longer reliably map to places. The system still knows where things are, but the interface increasingly trains users not to care.
Yeah.
What united these systems was not nostalgia or visual flair.
You can feel
but
this,
a
especially
shared
on mobile
interaction
systems.
principle, or at least attempts of it. Information lived in stable places.
Yeah, where you don't even have a
Objects had
file
a
system.
single location. To find something was to go there, not to describe it. Meaning accumulated through movement, not naming. Search existed, if at all, to travel within space, not to bypass it. But there was a problem. And most of these systems weren't naive, but they were expensive. They demanded care, maintenance, and time. The very costs retrieval-based systems were designed to eliminate. As information volumes grew, spatial organization became harder to sustain. Search succeeded because it outsourced organization to algorithms, and it actually delivered. It delivered results on demand. That trade made sense. The problem or the challenge isn't space versus search. It's what happens when either becomes total. Systems like Wikipedia reveal the same tension. You can arrive through search, jumping straight to the article. You can also navigate literally through links, categories, and references. Wikipedia homepage is a search page. There is a homepage that is navigation-based, but it's relatively simple. This knowledge base itself supports both modes, but the experience is radically different. Search delivers precision. Navigation reveals structure, disagreement, and adjacency. The interface quietly privileges one over the other. Now, information forging theory helps explaining why this matters. It was developed by Peter Piroli and Stuart Card. It describes how people follow information sent to maximize value per effort. Shelves provide rich scent. Neighbors, physical cues. Search compresses scent into titles and snippets. This is what takes us to talk a little bit about serendipity when it comes to information in general. In this case, serendipity didn't exactly disappear. It was just respecified. Information researcher Ellen Toms defined serendipity as encountering information you weren't seeking, but recognizing its value when you see it. Recognition depends on context. Shelves make accidents cheap. Search suppresses them. The loss here is not philosophical. It's almost statistical. Fewer chances to encounter outliers. Fewer opportunities to reframe what matters. Today, generative AI complicates this a bit more. At first glance, large language models seem to restore serendipity. Ask a vague question and receive a rich, well-formulated response. It feels like going through a shelf again. But the challenge is that this serendipity is synthetic. It's not environmental. The model produces associations without place. There's no periphery, no stable geography to return to. Discovery collapses into consumption. Users don't stumble upon information. They are presented with it. But the search bar isn't the enemy. Used deliberately, it can be humane. It excels when the goal is retrieval, when the question is already formed, when speed genuinely matters. The problem begins when search becomes the default way of knowing, when every interaction collapses into a prompt, when navigation, orientation, and context are treated as inefficiencies. What I'm arguing for here isn't a rejection of search.
This is a bigger pattern in design that often, if you have two ways of achieving a goal, which are slightly different, they have different trade-offs, designers like to simplify systems. So sometimes it ends up with one of those ways being eliminated. It's very visible in GNOME or like in Linux desktop, where the design is often just removing the options. There have been plenty of options throughout the desktop history, and now it seems they are being Linux is in the design simplification phase. And I guess the same applies to information retrieval. So a UI which allows you to search and UI which allows you to explore the information by navigating through some spatial representation, they are redundant. So yeah, if a designer wants to simplify the system, it can just eliminate one of them, and search is faster. So the search is the one that wins.
Search or of generative systems, but a rebalancing. Search works best as an instrument, not a worldview. Spatial structure works best as a medium, not a burden. Because in the end, interfaces don't just organize information. They decide what kind of thinking is possible.
Yeah, very true. This is Sapir-Whorf for interfaces. That was an excellent video. Loved it. More like that. More like that. I think this is about mental maps of locations.
How long do you plan on streaming for?
Actually, I have just one more thing to fix today. But I'm not going to code anything else today, I think. Yeah, I just have a small image that I want to fix in Automat. So in Automat there is this picture here. I've been working on, look at how many fingers he has. Yeah. This has to, yeah. This needs some work.
Three fingers, maybe you are just being disability inclusive. That's a +1 Steam tag for free.
I still have one free Steam tag actually to allocate for something. I was going through the tags, I couldn't find anything that would match. By the way, there is a Steam page coming up and I think it's like days away. Let's see. They still haven't responded. Steam basically has to review the store page and decide if Automat is good enough to be added to Steam.
The first thing I thought when I seen this game is, it could be pretty popular in the speedrunning community.
Yeah, I see that. Like, in speedruns you often have to like perform very tiny, precise like sequences of events, like combos in Mortal Kombat, right? You need to follow some timing so that the combo executes properly. So if you can execute the combo once and you can record it as a macro, yeah, then you can hook it to a key, like, I don't know, space. Crash system pretty reliably. How did this crash? Oh, I know. It was probably because I configured space to be a hotkey.
The bird cried out for help.
Yeah, it's actually make it fast. Yeah, so a single key can perform a rather cursed sequence of key presses and mouse movements. This is A, I think.
But how long can you make Automat run for? If I had a level that had multiple parts like a platformer, that takes maybe 10 minutes, would it be able to handle something like this?
Meister Chica says.
May I ask you an opinion for API design?
URL.
10 minutes. I think it would be able to make it. Longer than that, there could be issues. And interesting thing is, depends on the type of mouse you're using. If you have a gaming mouse, the chances are significantly lower. So the mouse events are the most resource intensive thing that has to be replayed. You get basically, if your mouse has 1 kilohertz polling rate, you get an event every millisecond. And there's a lot of events. that have to be stored, processed in real time, replayed. I think most of Automat should actually handle this okay, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it will probably crash long before that, actually. Long before performance becomes an issue. Stability is a bigger problem. Yeah. And the polling rate basically controls... Actually,
Seven says.
I never hit the limit.
TTS-ed would kill your game.
I've never hit the limit myself. But if the mouse is... so this is a stress test, but if a mouse is using like 8K polling rate, mine is 1000 Hz, I think. 1 kHz. But I'm not sure. It's a wireless mouse, so it could be cheating.
What HP is your mouse maximum? So the outcome of this, buy 8 to get a rough estimate, I suppose.
Yeah. And it kind of depends on the game, because in most games you probably are not moving the mouse, so in most games you probably move the mouse slower and with gaps, like that. But yeah. Okay, I think I'm bored. One thing I could do is let me create another macro recorder.
It's very interesting when you start to take a deeper look into things like this and see possible bugs or errors.
I can do this. I will start recording here and I will play this one. Yeah. So now it's going to move my mouse for me. I just need to make sure it doesn't hit the edge of the desktop.
I like that you gaze the bird the Sheridan.
Yeah, this is copying your ninjutsu.
You could make it so that if you are going over a certain speed of mouse movements, the Sheridan upgrades to a Manchkyo.
And there is a missing feature, and this is gamepad recording and replay. This is something that will require a completely different way of like intercepting the events. I think when this happens, the bird deserves a better Sharingan. it will require a sort of a driver or some kind of library injection.
For something so minimal, it would require a lot of work.
Okay. I think it's safe to take this time that we have here and multiply it by 2, because there are very rare games where you would move the mouse so much. Except Osu, maybe.
Meister Chica says.
Come on, Crash already.
Orpo7 says.
24-hour stream incoming.
It has to crash for one reason. This sequence of events, this is processed from scratch every frame. So on every frame, I am recomputing all of the indexes of this mouse trail here. So it has like linear complexity at least.
Meister Chica says.
Science was never fun.
Orpo7 says.
At this rate, you will crash before this.
Actually, what I'm looking for is not crash per se, but some degradation in performance. It should get slower. Oh. Because if every frame it's kind of, for example, chunking, it's taking this whole sequence of motion and computing those windows where the mouse motion is chunked into different screens. Minutes. I guess. And continue reading.
So why at certain frames is the input displayed on the bird's paper different from what was imputed?
Oh, because I'm also moving the mouse. Those two things are added. Okay, so this study is just that rats, they probably build some kind of mental map when they navigate, which is, yeah, of course they do. How would they navigate?
Yes, but when you were not moving the mouse, the circle swapped axles and was at the bottom of the paper and not the top.
So I sometimes move the mouse up because it has a drift down this current macro. Okay, it is getting slower. You will see that the eyes of the macro recorder, they are not so jiggly anymore. They get laggy. There is actually a mechanism in Automat that prevents slowness. So it allocates different, priority for different widgets. But because I guess the timeline now gets very high priority in rendering, the macro recorder is rendering every 5 frames or something like that. So yeah, it is already getting issues.
Yep, this is what happens when you don't have the Mancheo or Rin sharing and Duo.
So this is something that will affect UI. The playback is happening on the separate thread. So the playback should still be consistent, but the UI is glitching out slowly. And I guess if this continues, yeah, so like 10 minutes is a decent estimate. And I have a pretty decent CPU, I think way above average. So on a typical computer, maybe 5 minutes.
What is the performance cost at this point in the test? Does it have a big impact on the hardware side?
So it does have, I think most of the work we are doing on the CPU. So the CPU, which is doing the rendering of the window, is having, it's not able to keep up anymore. The input playback is handled by another thread, so this is still probably running fine. It will probably run fine for a very long time. That thread shouldn't really have any performance issues for a long time. It will probably fill memory before performance becomes a problem.
So what you're saying is your game is designed to blow CPUs up with the cover of a game?
The UI is definitely going to get laggy if you have longer macros. This should be fixable, but it's, I think super long macros would be rather rare. I don't know, hard to say. Oh, the connection also has some issues. It's not even able to light up properly now. Yeah. Fairly glitchy. Yeah, I just clicked something and it crashed.
This is in relation to mouse movements, but would keyboard inputs be less impactful? I am guessing.
Yeah, way less. Absolutely. On keyboard you can generate, I think it's like at least 100 times less data.
Do you want to hire me as a professional problem finder for $12 per month?
Oh, this is my list of problems.
I'm a professional nitpicker. He'll double your problems within 3 days or money back guarantee.
I do believe that. Okay. Here's the logo. Now I need to remove this thing here. Oh, no. There is a second mask for this. I want to do 3 things. First of all, I need to fix the number of fingers in this skeleton. How do I do this? I guess I need to fire up Stable Diffusion. Okay, time to stop Oblivion. It's using way too much video memory. System. Game, yeah. I'm bringing back the YouTube birds and music. I will regenerate a couple of those hands and see how they look.
You're also one rib.
I don't think the models have very good knowledge of how ribs work. This will be like eternity before it generates something reasonable. Oh. Let's try again.
Could you not impute a real X-rayed skeleton as a prompt to go off?
Let's see. I think they are nice. This one is pretty good.
Search X-ray. It is better.
No, black and white is perfect because black and white could work like control layer. Just cannot nail it. does it have so many fingers? Way too much.
If you check Adobe stock, they have black and white X-ray versions in HQ Realism.
Oh, actually this is perfect. I guess I can deform it a little bit. Let's make the head larger so that the brain fits. Remove the hands so that they match with the where those hands are. Yeah, I guess that's fine. So I have this Zavy chroma, and how do I want to do it? I think I want to add control layer, line art.
That is a sizable cranium on that fellow.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if it can generate a board game.
Your bio says you used to do repetitive programming. Does that mean you used to use Code of Force?
Oh, I don't know that one. So this is a board game with a skeleton. I guess it's even better than just a box. You actually get a skeleton inside a box. It's like a tiny coffin. And what if I just remove this guy? Get rid of this scanny edge. Okay, this is our new edge mask. Yeah, I mean control layer. This goes. No, this is not what we want. For this as PNG. With this. And I will try to use Gemini, tweak it.
I have to head off to work now, but we'll drop by again when I see you live.
Okay, Nano Banana is pretty nice. Let's try again. No, I don't want this guy. I want this guy. What happened? It stopped. That's weird. Something went wrong. Hmm. Also go for a soft edge. Soft edge could be better. Let's do a new one from scratch. Okay, we'll just get rid of this guy. It can actually regenerate this. I just have to select the region. Grab this soft edge. Wonder if the number of ribs is correct now. Well, skeletons are kind of creepy. Can I try different models? Let's try Starlight. This one is scary. think this is the closest to the original. Change this to color dodge.
Meister Chica says
I found a sus in my own codebase.
URL.
What do you mean? Sus.
Exec call and execute arbitrary code. Among other things. Shell injection storage.
Yeah, this blob redirects me to the just root directory of your project. Let's do layer style. I think it's looking worse than it used to. Let me try using Gemini once more. Nice. Much want to replace this. Just the insides. I don't know how to do it. I'm getting only like really scary skeletons. Or this thing. Although maybe those are kind of nice. Maybe I can actually get this. Yeah, this is actually pretty decent. Definitely better than this one and this one. Sweet. Oh, I think this is looking good. this development kit. Okay, I will just delete this. Made a decent fun. I think this looks nice. And grab this color. Use that. I want to draw some joke here. Another sticker essentially. I need the shape. I will use this, I will use Inkscape to generate. Inkscape is much better at this. This is pretty much what I want. Something like this, and how do I phrase this? This works on my machine. This seems like a good one.
I will merge your PR if you ask nicely.
I was reading about some kind of open chaos, like open anarchy, some kind of Git repository where people vote what gets merged. And last week somebody introduced a backdoor, not a backdoor, like a feature that would give them the advantage when PRs are sorted. And it was actually voted in. Like the people who were reviewing the code actually voted this in. This part, like, there was a big discussion whether this is allowed or not. And next week, it turns out that it was actually broken. It just made the project not built anymore.
RMRF source opens PR. Q. I have resolved all your bugs for free. Will you merge this?
That checks out. AI cannot come up with good jokes, but it can repeat them if it knows some and works on my machine. Sounds like a perfect label.
I think such PR was given to Linus on his Linux DH repo.
I will switch to Pro. Maybe Pro will think of a good joke. This is the one that has the thinking ability. See if I can copy this over. Yeah, it works. Okay, this may seem weird, but I think we should ask Opus. Opus is the master programmer AI, right? It should know how to joke about open source. This is a good one. Contents made shift during Git rebase.
I'm out of soy latte money. Consider not donating. You can't joke about OSS without soy latte.
I'm having mixed feelings about soy latte. I don't think I like soy milk.
Does not include internet.
And how is Claude? It's not very... Okay, instead of builds... Yeah, the jokes don't land. Compiles 100% of time and works on my machine. It's... the verb is different. It would have to be works. And then it's not no longer... This is a good one. Builds 100% of the time on at least one computer. Let's make it... compiles. And this color, like... second. Okay. I think this is good. Old, I think, source web. Yes, replace. Ooh. How does it work? Oh, I removed the transparency. Okay, save, re-export. It's called sources web. Oh, 100% buildable would also be nice. Ooh. And that was the whole plan for the workshop. I mean, all of the things I wanted to have are there. This is not crashing. There is the new synchronization, which is crazy. where I can combine, like now, many objects. I can, for example, install timer to limit the press duration of the key. Yeah, I think things are slowly coming together. Okay, I guess that's it for today. I think I will do a short stream on Wednesday, so see you in 2 days. Bye bye.